All right. All right. I'm here. Ooh. Ugh. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good evening. We're back. It's time. Time for day 3? It already feels like it's been longer than that. It honestly already feels like it's been longer than that. I think it's just the, I don't know. The amount that it's been very intense, I guess. Well, maybe not intense, but for me, I mean, for you, probably not. It probably is very calm and chill for everybody, but for me, it's been a lot on my mind leading up to this and during it. What is it? What's the thing they say when you're experiencing new things? Your sense of time gets slower because you're like absorbing a lot of new information. I feel like I'm absorbing a lot of new information. I'm going through a lot uh, internally with the charity stream. I know it doesn't look like much on the outside, but on the inside, it's been quite intense. It definitely feels like it's been longer than only 2 streams so far, but anyway, as I've been saying, I gotta try to keep it a more snappy, more uh what's the word I'm looking for? More terse at the outset of the stream, at the intro. There we go. We gotta get this stuff underway. I can't be spending too much time because this is the entire stream. This is the entire stream now. It's just me talking. But anyway, hi, hello. How's everybody doing? Right, I have to remember to do that too. This is what I'm talking about. I'm frazzled. Thank you once again for the reminder there, Stone. The assist. There we go. Anyway, yeah. What up, Grinner? What up, Stone? Oxtail soup, huh? I don't think I've ever had oxtail. I don't recall ever eating that before. Okay, I was gonna say, I was gonna be if it was the flustered one 3 days in a row, I was gonna be real worried. If it was F 3 days in a row, I was gonna be real worried. Because it's been true. It's been true both times. I was feeling a bit flustered. Well, maybe more than a bit on the first day, but definitely a little bit yesterday too. You got that one? Okay, I don't know if we can divine too much using these tea leaves. Those are both on the exact opposite ends of the spectrum, really, when it comes to emotion. So I don't know if there's really too much we can glean from that. I wouldn't think so. Maybe. I think I would probably be I would probably be more, probably have more of a reaction than that if I exploded, but I was about to say, did you play, I know you talked about Beyond Citadel. Did you play Beyond Citadel first before playing The Citadel? You went backwards? I didn't really do too much today. I slept. Like I said, I've been in hibernation mode, and I will probably continue to be in hibernation mode. Well, I guess I'm not. I mean, when I'm not streaming, I am. That's how I'm conserving my energy for the stream. Well, it would make sense that the second one would feel better than the first. Glad to know they've made an improvement. A savory classic with carrots and a splash of red wine. Not bad. I assume. Sounds good. Damn. Still up the average, though. Still give it a 3.5 instead of a 3. Damn, there's a lot of reviews here. Oh, okay. There's a lot of people who leave reviews on as the foods. Interesting. So tasty soup, brilliant. 5 stars. That's kind of, I wouldn't have expected that for the review section to be so active. That's kind of funny. I don't know, it would never occur to me to write down a review of a product that I purchased at the grocery, with like the the, the generic brand, the grocery store products that I consume. But hey, I guess some people are a lot more passionate about that, or they just don't really have any hobbies, or they got a lot of time on their hands and not very many hobbies. So default shotgun definitely has more punch than the first one. That's always how you test the quality of a shooter. You got to test the shotgun or shotgun equivalent for how satisfying it is. That can make or break pretty much any game. A good shotgun can really elevate the experience overall, and a bad shotgun can really bring the entire thing down. But yeah, it was another dreary day today. It's been extremely dark and very rainy these past few days. We hadn't really had any rain for a while, but these past 3 days has been extremely dark out all day and very rainy. I mean, I'm assuming it's been extremely dark out all day. I'm not awake all day. I'm awake for a very small portion of the day, of the daylight. So I only can assume, I guess. I see. So they expanded outward. It was more of a lateral move. I understand. They couldn't have the one shotgun have it all. Oh god, I see boxed pizza. I already don't want to click on that. I see stone baked margarita pizza. Uh-oh. That one doesn't look too bad. That at least looks like an actual margarita pizza. Topped with melting mozzarella. As opposed to, you know, that mozzarella that doesn't melt. As opposed to the heat-resistant mozzarella that you may be used to. The rock-solid, heat-resistant mozzarella you may be used to. This is made with melting mozzarella. The good stuff. I gotta say, the grocery stores by me, both of them actually, have very good, like, own-made products. One of them has very good store brand stuff, and the other one has very good, like, pre-made foods that you can get. Especially the frozen pizzas. The store brand frozen pizzas are, like, better than any of the name brands, which is kind of weird. I'm not really used to that, but it is not a good pizza. I see. That seems like kind of the appeal of Citadel and Beyond Citadel, from what I've seen, is that it's a very involved. It's a more slow pace, like more involved shooter. It's not like your typical. It's not. I mean, not typical, but it's not like your more fast arcadey, like, you know, Doom or Quake or whatever. It's more methodical, which seems interesting. And you know, there's also the all of the suggestive, fetishistic overtones that that game has, which I'm not super into, but I'm not. I guess I'm into it in the sense that I appreciate a unique art style and a unique vision. The game definitely has a very particular. The games definitely have a very particular style to them. That's for sure. Which I can appreciate. But anyway, I think I'm just gonna get into the. I think I'm just gonna not spend too much time on the intro screen. I think that's probably enough for now. We gotta get into. I think tonight I'm just gonna grind roses. I know that we have some other stretch goals to do, but I think tonight I feel like doing some rosing. Where's the power? There we go. Tonight I just feel like rose maxing. I hope that's okay. What is that? Ham cheese snack pizza. Ooh, that looks really bad. But I guess that's what 60 pence will get you. It will get you a ham and cheese snack pizza. This one does not contain melting mozzarella. Check product is piping hot before serving. Do not reheat. We have given you these cooking instructions as a guide only. Okay. Is that a common thing to have on food? Do not reheat? That doesn't seem right. You can't reheat it? You're not supposed to reheat it after baking it the first time? That's concerning. Why not? What will happen? What happens if you do that? There's mechs in that game? Cool. I was gonna say, there's some game. Oh yeah, Routine finally came out. Does anybody know what Routine is besides me? It's a stop it. It's like a sci-fi horror game that was announced, I think, like 12 years ago or something, and I was very excited when it was first announced. I was like, ooh, this looks really cool. It finally came out on like Friday or something. I want to play that. That'll probably be the next thing that we play after this, which you can't see right now. After this. There we go. Reheating a cooled cooked food risks bacteria. Well, I'm gonna continue to reheat things. I regret to inform you. I'm going to continue to reheat foods and consume them as I have my entire life. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Damn, there's tanks too. All right. We're just gonna get right back into it. Now it's starting to hit me. Now I'm really starting to feel it. Does it just always say rolling is so much fun after you get 100%? Or like, I guess I don't have 100% yet, but after you get after you like fully clear the game, or I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Who did I want to play as? There was another cousin I was gonna switch to. I think it was Fuji. So I think that's his name. The guy who looks like Mount Fuji. Yeah, Fujio. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're gonna go with the whatchamacallit. Oh my god. We're gonna go with the Touch My Katamari soundtrack this time. Which I think is another really long one. I think this one's also like 2 hours, maybe over 2 hours. No, I think Katamari Forever was like over 2 hours. I think this one is like just shy of 2 hours. Alright, we got the town. This seems like an appropriate one to start with. I like that Fujio has a little mustache by default. I like this guy. Yeah, it's just under 2 hours. Go for a million roses. Good luck. Oh, I think I gotta unmute Firefox. Yeah, there we go. The Austrian cheese is packed. I'll maybe check that out later when once I'm in the game. I guess I can click. I don't know. I have a web browser over here now. Never mind. That does look weird. Oh well. What's this one? Menu. This one's song is called Menu. King of the Dance Floor. Okay. I've been enjoying going through the soundtracks for these games that I haven't played. I mean, I guess I did play Beautiful Katamari, but I don't remember it really. It's gotta be the standout so far. I feel like I gotta lower the sound effects even more. They're still imbalanced with the game. Or still imbalanced with the music. They are the game. I don't know, it's like that with soda over here. Whenever there's like a deal on soda, it's always like it's always by like, I don't know, like 3 12 packs or like 3 24 packs and get 2 more for free. It's never like buy one get one free or like buy one get one half off. It's always like it's always like you need like 50 sodas and I'm like, who needs that? But I guess, I don't know, people drink a lot of fucking soda. It's depressing. There's a lot of places in America where people just drink soda instead of water. It's very gross. I don't know, I can't imagine what that's like, but I guess your body probably like gets used to it at a certain point. Especially if you do that like growing up. Or maybe you just don't know. Like maybe you just do, like maybe it just does make you feel horrible all the time, but you just don't know that that's not what you're supposed to feel like. You just don't know that that's not normal. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did notice that they have titles. Yeah, I know. The sordid history. I've been using that phrase a lot lately, but I like it. It's a good phrase. As someone who loves sweets and soda and candies and things like that, I learned at a young age that I need to be careful about that. As someone who really enjoys that type of stuff, I learned very early on. How do I feel about mint Imperials? I don't know if I know what that is. Also, I mean, I feel like when you're a kid, your body can tank a lot more junk food easily. Can tank junk food a lot more easily than it can when you get older. Despite taking very good care of my teeth, I do still get cavities every once in a while. I gotta go to the dentist next week to get a cavity filled, actually. I don't really know why. Every time I go to the dentist, they're always like, yeah, everything's great, it looks perfect. I floss every day, I brush. Hold on, I gotta go fuck over this old man real first. I have to go fuck this old man. There we go. We have to make sure he never finds love. Never apologizes for his past misdeeds. I don't know if I know what a mint imperial is. It may have been mentioned before and I just forgot what it is, but... Cola wands? Is that like something that you wave in the air and it produces a cola? It turns water to cola? It squirts out cola. What is this one? Kata tata mamariri. I hear it. That is what he's saying, I think. I did used to like those, I probably still do like them, I just haven't had them in forever. I forget what they have like a weird name. I think they're called like nickel nips or something. And they're like little wax bottles that have just like neon chemicals in them. They have neon candy chemical in them. and you bite off the wax tip and you drink the blood. You absorb the blood for nutrition. Those are pretty good. They're a fun candy. They're not that good. But I do like them. The amount of fun that you have eating them, that's something that I think is underrated with a lot of candies. Candies should strive to be fun. It really enhances the eating experience. Like Fun Dip, it's got fun in the name. Fun Dip also is really not that good, but man is it fun. I think the little chalk stick is the best part, honestly. It's better than the dip. Fun Dip is like a little, it comes in a package, like a little foil package, and you get a white sort of like chalky dipstick thing that's made of candy, and you lick it and then you dip it in the powder, and then you lick the powder off of the little dipstick. Alright, that must be what it's called over there. I don't know, Dip Dab is a pretty good name. I think that might be a better name than Fun Dip. But I mean, it's Fun Dip. It's got fun in the name. How could it possibly be bad? I don't know what a bubblegum bottle is. Well, now it makes me think I may know what these things are. They just have different names over here. Now the Fun Dip Dab situation has brought all of this into question. Now I don't know. What was that previous one? Star Prince. Okay. This is Katamari on the stage. Which yeah, I was about to say, this is probably the theme song. The first few had to be like menu songs, because they didn't stand out that much. This is the first, like, actual in-stage song, it sounds like. Or, like, the intro. Yeah, it's like a little swizzle stick. It's not a lollipop. It's like yeah, swizzle stick is what I'm probably the proper term for it. The proper nomenclature, the proper taxonomy. It's a subspecies of stick in the rod family. Yeah, this is basically it. It's essentially, yeah. Look, there's all this look at the person. They got crazy nails with flowers on them. There's confetti falling. Look at how much fun they're having. It's the most fun candy. I gotta step up my game for the next nail painting stream. I gotta learn how to do nail art. We've done enough finger painting, or nail painting. We haven't done any finger painting. Maybe we could do some of that. Maybe we could have a finger painting stream. Although I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I should do anything that's like vaguely... I can't really be doing anything on the stream that's like kid adjacent, because we don't want any kids to wander in here by accident, because who knows what could be going on at any given moment. I think my mom likes those. Or maybe my grandma liked them. I don't know. They do sell those over here. They're an extremely niche candy. But I definitely have seen, I definitely like know what those are. I feel like, I don't know, someone in my family likes them. Again, I don't think they're called Parma Violets, but I do know what you're talking about. I always forget the name of them, but I also like I think they just like they were discontinued for a while, but they just came back. I always forget the name of them. The little fruity things. They're like the little hard candies that are shaped like fruits. I always forget the name of those. But I like those. Damn, now I really want some candy. I probably have some somewhere. What did we start at? 120,000 tonight? It really bothers me that I can never think of the name of those little things. No, I think the most fun candy might be Fruit by the Foot. I guess, I mean, it is a candy. I was about to say it's technically not a candy, but it definitely is. Either that or Gushers. Gushers are pretty dang fun, too. I think I'm gonna go ahead and guess I probably do know what all of these are, just by a different name. I don't know. I think semantics. I think this is semantic. Besides, candy is a subcategory of sweet. What's this one? I like this rendition. Katamari on the Rocks, rearranged by Masahiko Osaka. I was about to say, I like this. It's like a nice little, it's like a nice little big band version of, Katamari on the Rocks. Jazzy. I guess it's more jazzy. I don't really know the technical definition of what makes something a big band song, other than involving a band that is large. You don't care for subcategories? I see. Let's see. If there's any more signs we can check out. Flowered something? Furao? I don't know. I don't know what that is on the left. I'm not sure what those kanji mean together like that. It might just say flower shop, I don't know. I didn't do, again, these things that I say I'm gonna do, like bone up on my katakana. When I'm streaming every day and I sleep very late and stay up very late, I'm not gonna be doing too much in between the streams, unfortunately. Ah! Is there anything going on in the... No. I really do wish these stages were bigger, or they had more stages, but I don't know if anybody was actually ever really meant to do this. Especially not in the way that I'm doing it. I don't know if anybody was ever meant to do this at all, but they definitely weren't meant to do it in the fashion that I'm choosing to tackle it. That's for sure. I'm pleased with my progress so far. And with the streams, how the streams are going in general. Even though, again, it's like, I probably shouldn't say that, because it's only been 2 streams, but it feels like it's been more than that. What did I just bounce off of? There's so many weird little collision things. What is this one? Katamari on the Funk edit. Okay. Takeshi Nakatsuka edit. Okay. We can't ever let this old man be happy. We have to approach gently. We have to sneak up on him. This is a sneaking mission. I'm surprised that Katamari never really did any crossovers or like cameos with other Namco properties. I feel like a Katamari level that takes place like inside of an arcade game or something would be funny. That could be a good level. That was one of the things. That was the other thing I thought was kind of disappointing about Once Upon a Katamari. The levels weren't really as creative as I was hoping they would be. I was hoping for some more wacky or like out there levels, you know? Because for the most part, Katamari has a very like, I don't know, like logical progression. Like none of the stages are like too weird or out there, especially in the first 2 games. The first one's very straightforward. The second one has like a couple levels, like the one where you're in the sky, or like the gingerbread house level, that are a little bit more out there, but it's still pretty straightforward. I don't know if the sequels do anything like more outlandish, but Once Upon a Katamari feels like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of room to do some wacky stuff, but they didn't really go for it in the way that I was hoping. Yeah, see, like there's something here that you bounce off. There's a bunch of weird stuff going on with the collision on these levels, and I don't know why. What is a kappa noise? Oh, it says kappa. Okay, in like a Donald Duck voice. Ugh. And this little guy. I always figure out these things are called, but I like them. I kind of want one. One of these little clay dolls. But I don't want a knockoff. I want a real one. I want a real, genuine Japanese artifact. Hey, look, it's the sun. And it is animated. That's cool. And there's clouds in the sky that move. Despite the fact that you'll basically never see them. Nice. They really didn't have to do that. But I guess it probably wasn't hard to do that. Yeah, like a Katamari level that takes place in like a Dragon Quest style, like JRPG. Ooh! Like a JRPG level where you gotta roll, you level up. Like maybe you don't really, like maybe it's just like a cosmetic thing, but that would be a fun Katamari level. As you roll, you gotta roll up monsters, and you like level up by, you get experience and you level up by rolling them up. That could be a fun gimmick level. You earn experience instead of mass, and you like level up. Again, these are very extenuating Katamari circumstances. This is non-standard Katamari play. This is not how I expect these games were supposed to be played. I'm looking at things that you're not supposed to. I'm seeing things you were never supposed to see. It also has a nice little touch that when you're looking around, the cousin's head moves up and down as you move the camera up and down. Oh yeah. Yeah, see you can, he does little jumping jacks. They do all have different idle animations. At least when you go on the pause, is that his idle animation? Or is that like, is the pause screen its own animation? No, I guess that is the idle animation. Wait, no, hold on. We gotta figure this out. Because Kinoko turns into a little mushroom and sits down. And then we saw Miso sit down. Is he gonna do something? Doesn't look like it. I guess this is his idle animation. How did I never... I was gonna say, how did I never notice that before? But again, there's really not very many times where you're not... Yeah, see, okay, there he goes. He sits down. I guess Kinoko just does have a unique sitting animation. Goodness gracious? What are you goodness graciousing about? What have you seen to make you exclaim in such a manner? This is Shaba the Booby. Shabooby Doobop. It's living up to the title so far. Plumbing? Oh. Alright. I was about to say, maybe don't elaborate on that too much. I don't know if we need to know. I think I need to do some caulking on the shower. My shower is always getting fucked up and falling apart. The faucet won't shut off. That's not good. I don't know, this is another one that I'm not super into so far, but it might just be the sequencing of the songs, because we got a lot of songs to go. Alright, hold on. Buck Bumble. Oh my god, I forgot about that. God, we really are in for the long haul, huh? Buck Bumble's gotta be a short game though, right? It can't be long. Actually, I'm gonna look that up right now. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off right now. How long is Buck Bumble? I don't actually know. It can't be that long, right? In before it's like a 40-hour RPG. And before it's like a 100-hour Persona game. Typically taking around 3.5 to 6 hours. Okay. So I think we can do that in one stream. 3.5 hours for the main story. All right. Yeah, we can bang that out in one stream. All right. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh boy, I got nervous there for a second. No, I think I'll commit. I think I'll commit that to one stream. I'll try my darndest to get that done in one stream. Knowing that it's that short. And that we have to keep doing this. And that more of this awaits afterwards. I was kind of thinking about, I don't know if I can. I'm assuming I can. But I was thinking about extending the goal, you know, just to trick people. I'm wondering if it, like, demotivates people to donate if they see the full bar, and they're like, ah, the bar's already full, I don't need to donate anything. But I also don't want anybody to feel pressured or anything to donate. I guess I want them to feel a little bit of pressure, now that I think about it. Not like an uncomfortable amount, but like at least a tiny, tiny amount, you know? Maybe just a little bit. Well, yeah, but I mean like anybody else that shows up. Anybody else that wanders in. I'm thinking about the future, you know? Everybody has already been very generous, and I really appreciate that. But I'm talking about all the suckers who aren't regular viewers. I'm talking about all the saps who wander in off the street. Alright, well I guess that's better than nothing. I guess a duct tape type solution is better than nothing. No, it's not gonna be that many streams. We're making good time. We're on a good pace. We're on a good pace. We average 60K per stream for 2 streams. Alright. I mean, yeah, as long as it's not constantly leaking. That is inconvenient, but it's not unmanageable. Hey, what's this one? I'm kind of liking this one. I'm noticing that a lot of these songs, this one's called Don't Give Up. A lot of these songs in the later games, they don't have lyrics. They feel much more like what I would expect out of a standard video game tune than a Katamari song, you know? Like, they're not bad, but they don't have that signature Katamari flair, you know? I am glad that I chose to do this, though. I am enjoying myself. Just the act of rolling around the Katamari really never gets old. I really do enjoy it that much. That is something that a lot of games I feel like overlook. Especially, I feel like this is a big problem with like bigger budget or like AAA games. They don't really focus on just the movement being fun. They don't really focus on like the basics being enjoyable to engage with. I feel like a lot of games have forgotten that. That's like one of my #1 things about all the extraction shooters that I've played that I think really brings a bunch of them down. In those games, you spend like 50% of your time in menus. Maybe not 50%, but like a decent chunk of the experience in menus. And the menus are usually just like an awful thing to have to wrangle. They're usually just like I don't know how you make menu usage fun, but there's definitely a way to do it, you know? It's a hard thing to do, which is why I can understand why so many games not fuck it up, but they don't really succeed in that area. But again, if you're making something like an extraction shooter... Oh, this is the only song off the soundtrack I know. This is Alien. I like this one. But if you're gonna make a game where, like, you spend a good chunk of it just navigating menus, you should at least try to make the menus enjoyable to use. But it's usually the opposite. They're not only not enjoyable, but they're like actively annoying to deal with. And I don't understand it. I don't get it. Alright, there's something there too that you bang off of. Did I read more today? No, I didn't read more today. I have no updates on that. Sadly. I did download some Balatro mods today. I finished Balatro. As in, I beat everything on Gold Stake finally. I beat everything on Gold Stake finally. And then I was like, finally, I'm free. I've broken the curse. I can be done. And then I thought about it and I was like, well, there is like a modding scene. People have made a bunch of mods for the game. So I might as well check those out. That's how you know it's bad. I don't normally fuck around with mods, but I got some Velociraptor. I played one that, like, I don't know. It feels like a joke at my expense. It adds so many new mechanics and so much ridiculous shit. It, like, turns the game into just, like, something almost completely different and utterly I can't even, it adds like 15 different types of new currencies, like all these new different effects. You can train your jokers like you train the horses in Uma Musume. It's absurd. It's very funny, but it is also like exhausting to play. I don't know if I actually want to put any time into it. It kind of hurts to engage with. It is very funny as a joke, but as an actual gaming experience, I don't know if I want to put too much time into it. There's a Homestuck Balatro mod? Does it like actual, is it just like a cosmetic thing, or does it add like actual mechanics, if you know? It kind of feels, oh, that was in the song. It kind of sounds like there might be a Homestuck everything. In the way that everything seems to be in Homestuck, it seems like Homestuck may have spread to be in everything as well. Did I see the 7? I think I did very briefly, and I was like, I'll check this out in more detail later, and then I forgot. Okay. Oh wait, no, I want to get to 1400, and then we'll switch stages. I was gonna do it every 10k, but I forgot because I'm silly. Hey Minty, what's up? It's rolling pretty well. There we go. We're listening to the Touch My Katamari soundtrack. Which again, I'm not really feeling it. It's alright. But it kind of has the same thing going on that I guess the Once Upon a Katamari soundtrack had for me, where it's a lot of it sounds a lot more generically video gamey. Like, it's like this song. Like, a bunch of the songs in Once Upon a Katamari are like, they just sound like regular video game tunes. Whereas when I think of Katamari, I think of like a bunch of random songs that, almost like a compilation. Like, they were all made for the game, but it feels like a compilation of a bunch of different artists, like, that you just took random songs from different albums and smashed them together. There's a Homestuck Cafe, like one of those Japanese theme cafes. Hey, what up, Troll? It is a very nice Katamari, isn't it? Who's this guy? Huey. I kind of feel like playing as Ichigo, though. Let's play as Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaki. I went to a Gundam cafe when I was in Japan. And I felt very awkward because I was the only person there. I think me and my two friends were the only people in there, and I was the only one that really gave a shit about Gundam. Oh yes. So I felt very awkward. I still have the coasters. They gave you crappy little cardboard coasters, and I saved them. I've been meaning to get those like laminated or something, so that I can use them and like not fuck them up. I like this one. 2011's Sky and Music featuring Asako Toki. Is this another Idolmaster girl? Why does she get her name in the song? That normally doesn't happen. Yeah, it was a little bit rough. It was a little bit rough. I mean, at least they went, though. We also got to go see the Big Gundam. And I spent a long time just looking at it. It is really cool. Neither of them were like super into anime, so I had to be the one to spearhead any of that kind of shit. I had to be the one to do any of that stuff. No, I believe that it was Quattro Vagina. I believe I ordered the Quattro Vagina, which was some kind of cocktail that I don't remember what was in it. But it wasn't bad. That was a great trip. I'll go back there someday. One day I'll make it back to the honorable land of Nihon. Damn, Ichigo's got kind of a dumpy. I never really noticed that before. She's got kind of a fat ass. Do people still say dumpy? Or has that been obliterated from the public record? Do people not say that anymore? I think the slowdown on this level might just be more roses loading in. I think it might be just more roses loading in because there's like very... You can see most of the stage most of the time. So the level probably has very few opportunities to like actually load in new bundles of roses. Yeah, like they're really not respawning on the ice. So maybe going up to that central platform like triggers a bunch of them to respawn on the ice, and that's what causes the slowdown. Let's find out. Yeah, they're like not respawning. I don't know what I did. It feels kind of weird hearing people talk about traveling in other countries. Why is that? Yeah, that's what seemed to be triggering it last time. Which it is a bit weird that this game even chugs at all at any point, but I mean, I guess there are a lot of individual objects on screen. I know Odin Sphere had real bad problems with that on PS2. During some boss fights, Odin Sphere the frame rate wouldn't drop, but you would get real bad slowdown. Like, insanely bad slowdown. I kind of miss that from the remaster. Yeah, now we're getting more to respawn. What? What's the ... question mark? Adjacent seeing people talking about playing whatever $80 AAA game is the big thing now. I see. Yeah. I had a lot of very good opportunities when I was younger. I haven't been out of the country in a long time, but I had a lot of good opportunities when I was younger. And the trip to Japan was a present. It was a gift from my parents for graduating college. Which, I don't know. I guess that kind of made it worth it. I don't know. Ooh. What is this one? Acid... What? Acid Utron 007 Baraduke remix. I don't know. Again, it's not really doing it for me. Here we go. Like, again, it's just kind of like a not very... I don't know. It lacks the spice. It lacks the sauce. Oh, what was that? What was that horrible noise? Did I know that there's a Rose-Tinted plush? I did not, but I probably could have assumed. I probably could have assumed. I'm guessing there's probably plushes of all the characters in some fashion. At some point in time, these things have existed. Yeah, that's what I was sort of saying, I think, right before you got here, Minty. Was like, the other soundtracks feel kind of like compilation albums of, like, a bunch of different artists. Like, taking random songs from random albums and mashing them together. You know, even though they were all made for the game, it kind of has that vibe. A lot of these songs just feel like music, like a song for video game. Not a lot of characters have been plussed yet. There's probably a lot of characters though, right? Oh, I definitely avoided that bundle of roses. I definitely avoided it. I will be plushed? You think so? Maybe one day. It's probably gonna be a while before that happens. I don't know. I think what would you consider a plushie? Would a plushie be considered like a high tier merch product or like a mid tier? I'm feeling like upper mid tier as far as merch products go. I don't know exactly, but I think it's probably going to be a while before that happens, if it ever does. I see. I used to be into collecting things like that, but I don't know. I can't really do that anymore. I can't really be spending money frivolously. I gotta be careful about my purchases. I gotta be judicious. I don't know, how come there was never any heavy metal Katamari music? Where's the Katamari black metal song? Where's the Katamari shoegaze song? Where's the Katamari grindcore song? Can I get some Katamari hyperpop? Did the Japanese do hyperpop? I don't know if I've ever heard any from over there. Katamari doom metal? That might actually work. This is Katamari of Love. Sexy Synthesizer Remix. In all caps. I don't know, this doesn't seem that sexy to me, I gotta say. Yeah, I guess stoner rock probably, or stoner metal would probably be a slightly better fit than straight up doom. I think you could make an argument that that would be great for a Katamari stage. That's what I really thought Once Upon a Katamari was going to be, like a bunch of very fantastical environments, but they didn't really go for that, which I was kind of upset about. Okay, there we go. We got the slowdown that time. I don't really know what causes it. Katamari been sipping a ball, you're rolling up fucked up blunts. That would definitely be a level in the Katamari fan game that I'll maybe eventually make one day. That I'll maybe eventually convince Picture to help me make. You're rolling around as a little weed nug, and you gotta roll up other weed nugs, and then to complete the stage, you roll onto the rolling paper, and you get rolled up into the fattest cosmic blunt of all time. You get rolled up into the empty cigarillo wrapper. In the future, glorpo-capitalist societies will create of a line of plushies containing every human that ever lived. Some believe our souls will return from the universal current to inhabit these vessels. But as the identity of our future owners remains unknown, there are those who seek to evade this fate. I don't know, I don't want to think about that. I think I don't want to think about that. That sounds horrible. You will own nothing, you will become the plushie, and you will enjoy it. I mean, the King of All Cosmos would definitely have very poor smoking etiquette, that's for sure. Absolutely. Whoa. This one's called Rehabilitation. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is just, like, way more generic. I'm not feeling this one either. I might have to switch to, just my own music tonight. I think I may be tapping out of the Katamari soundtracks. Beautiful Katamari was maybe not the peak, but definitely the last one before the downfall. Is the last hurrah. Can't tell if this one is better or not than the town stage. I think it is. I would smoke a blunt with the cousins. Probably any of them. Although it would have to be a very tiny blunt. I would probably have to be shrunk down to miniature size so that I could share a blunt with them. This one sounds familiar too. Hello World. I was about to say, I feel like I've heard this one before as well. I mean, I don't know. Could you catalog every human who ever lived? How would you do that? It's just a long one with a small end and a big end. You can't have a double-sided blunt. It has to burn. Are you saying it's just like a really like toothpick thin one that's super long? That probably wouldn't work either, because you would have to, the amount of inhaling, you'd have to suck real hard to get the smoke through. Maybe we'll just do edibles. Branching blunt? Maybe, I don't know. There's gotta be some kind of Otzi the Iceman merch. When's the Otzi the Iceman Funko Pop? Otzi the Ice... No. Frozen... Famous Corpses blind box. Famous Corpses blind box. And it's like a little, like... It's like a stone tomb that you open up. And then you have your little, I don't know, we could get King Tut in there, we get Otzi the Iceman, we could get that guy who was found in the peat bog. There's probably more out there. We could get Lucy the missing link. Or the kind of missing link. Does Funko Pop have a mascot? Could you do that? If you tried to create like a Funko Pop U2s, would that create some sort of like recursive, like, I don't know. It would destabilize reality in some fashion. It would create some sort of like recursive 5-dimensional object that absorbs the entire universe into it. It breaks down reality. I don't think we want to know that. Funko Pop Tesseract. I get you'd still need that artifact or fossil though. Yeah, Funko John. Who's Funko John? What was the first Funko Pop? That's a good question. That's actually a horrible question, but it is a question. I can't really, a night that I think about it, I don't know if I want to go so far as to say it's a good question, but it definitely is a question. If you're doing this via 4-dimensionality though, then wouldn't that be, it would just be like, I don't know. Then is it even really a copy of the person, or is it just that person? You know, like if you're stretching across space and time in that fashion, is it even really a copy at that point? Or is it just another real instance of the actual person? You know? I don't think I want to flip a 3-sided coin, no. I don't think I do want to do that. There were 4 first Funko Pops? I see. That makes a lot of sense. Apparently Funko is like a company and they make other figurines that are not the Pop. A Pop is apparently a line of figurines made by Funko. And they do make other figurines that are apparently not shitty. Or at least like real figurines. Batman, Batgirl, Green Lantern, and Batman Metallic. Versus Metal Batman. Versus Fighting Polygon Team. When is the Funko Pop Fighting Polygon Team gonna come out? What's gonna be the last Funko Pops that's going bankrupt, or will there be artisanal Funkos? I'm gonna go ahead and say that they'll find some way to survive. Fight versus Fighting Funko Team. Alright. I kind of like this one. Across the Katamari. Across the Katamari featuring Kazuhiro Momo from Mosome Tonebender. Alright. Maybe we'll put on some Mosome Tonebender after this. We can check them out. I have a bunch of figurines that I still have to open. I haven't bought a figurine in a long ass time, but I do have a bunch that I still have to open. Maybe we can do an unboxing and setup one day. I do have the little Bochi figurine that's featured on the drawing streams. I do actually have that. The little emote. I do actually have this. She's real and she's in my house right now.
Whoa, hold up! Excuse me? Sex offenders.
We'll play as Signalo, or Signolo.
Sex offenders.
The weird, fucked up sign creature. I got a bunch of figurines that I've collected over the years. I have a bunch of, Gunpla. I still have a Metal Slug that I have to build. Maybe we can do that for a stream as well. But I need to get paint for that. I think that one's unpainted. I've never really done model painting. But I'm pretty sure that one needs to be painted. Do I keep her in a dark, lonely place? So she's still in the box. She's on the shelf in a box. Ah, fuck, we got the town again. Alright, I'll roll around here for a little bit, but then we'll keep this one short. We haven't gotten the hill. It takes place on the racetrack stage, but you're only on the hill, so I guess it's the hill stage. Katamari Silent Hill. Could have been another great crossover. Where Katamari... Five Nights at Katamari, where something chases you around and you got to escape from it. I don't know. There's like, again, there's a lot of options for gimmick stages that I feel like we're underutilized. Yeah, the Texas Chainsaw Kata Massacre. Exactly. Katamari Pickle Dill? Was there ever a Katamari cafe that you could get Katamari confections? The Katamaris themselves do look like they would be pretty good. Oh, that would have been a great tie-in product. What are they called? The little sugar star candies? Competo? I think that's what they're called. They should have released a bunch of Katamari Competo. I would have bought that. I would have consumed product. Competo Mari, exactly. No, Kampeto Mari is way better than Katapeto. Katapeto sounds mildly perverse to me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't like that. It doesn't sound as good. Yeah, there's a bunch of random stuff that you mash into. Oh god, we're going into a flashback? What is this? Katamari Exotica. Okay. Katamari album. Katamari album that takes the concept of caretakers and empty bliss beyond this world and slowly degrades and warps and fades as the songs go on. A Katamari game is a metaphor for Alzheimer's and dementia, where you start to jump around in time and things fade and become distorted. You slowly start to cousins become re-locked and disappear from the game as you advance. You randomly jump around stages. The king starts speaking in sentence fragments and shows up much more sporadically. Katamari rolling up, so yeah, see, that could have been a stage. Is that what Katamari Forever is about? Katamari Never, I guess, is what that one would be. Katamari Forever, but in a bad way. Katamari feels like forever. I guess that's what that one would be. Now it's like Austin Powers music. Katamari Tax Shooter, Katamari War, Katamari Modern Warfare. You get score streaks, and you have to call in a UAV. You have to call in. You have the AC-130 level in Katamari Modern Warfare. Get your hands off my Katamari. Katamari versus Jason. Also, how is there not the sumo equivalent level, but instead you're playing to help out Jumbo Man? You're playing as Jumbo Man, and you gotta roll up stuff to make Jumbo Man bigger, and then like roll up a big kaiju at the very end. And the joke is that the only way you can save the city is by rolling up all the buildings. That's the big joke at the end, is you can only defeat the kaiju by rolling up all the buildings. And the king, at the end, the king is like, wait a minute, but isn't the city gone because we rolled up all the buildings? Oh wait, everybody in the city says they're okay inside the Katamari? Alright, I guess everything worked out then. What are you doing, Namco? It's so easy. I'm just spitballing here. Come on. Get me on the phone with the president of Namco. I have some ideas. Put me in charge of the next Katamari game. Katamari X. He got conked on the head and lost his memories, so they built... Oh yeah, I do remember the robot. Oh, okay. So it was a clip show. I mean, that does seem pretty lazy, but I guess it's fine. That does seem pretty darn lazy, but I do remember seeing the Robo King out and about on the streets of my town. In real life. Katamari. I was about to say, is that like a fanfic tag? My mind is just like the Katamari furry convention level. You gotta roll up as many furries as you can. I mean, that is what would happen. You would probably just get rolled up. I mean, according to the games, getting rolled up by a Katamari is great. You probably do calm at least a little bit when you get rolled up by a Katamari. I'm sure some people do. It's apparently a very enjoyable experience. Man who gets rolled up by a Katamari and then when he gets out, he divorces his wife because the spark in their relationship is gone. He feels nothing. He feels no attraction towards his wife anymore because the bliss that he experienced while inside the Katamari was just no carnal pleasures can compare to it. He divorces his wife and his entire life falls apart. His children become distant from him. He loses everything trying to chase that high once again. All the other pleasures of life become meaningless and tawdry compared to the sheer ecstasy that he experienced after being rolled up by the Katamari. Katamari Korgasm. Yeah. But then the wife gets rolled up, sees the light, and later during that roll-up reunites with her ex-husband, and they undivorce. They file anti-divorce papers. They file undivorce papers. They realize that maybe they don't necessarily need that aspect of the relationship. That's not necessarily the most important thing in a relationship, and they move past it, and they grow as people. I could see it. That's the more romantic interpretation. It depends on what message you're trying to deliver with the story. They wrote the documents on destruction paper. I don't know, that might make the divorce even more permanent. I feel like divorce filings done on destruction paper would be even more powerful than if they were written on normal paper. I guess it depends on how destruction paper operates. Does the paper itself get destroyed, or does it have additional destructive properties to whatever is inscribed upon it? Is it like a death note? Is there a magical item in Dungeons and Dragons that's the equivalent of the Death Note? Have they ripped that off at any point? Because if not, they should. That seems like a good one. They engage in polyamory with the Katamari. I don't think Katamaris are sentient though. I think it would be more like a sex toy. I don't think it would really be like... Now I don't know, like, now I don't really like where this conversation is going. Now we're about to get into some really... Now that that idea has entered my brain space... We're gonna get into some really, really uncomfortable topics, I feel like. Don't say after that. Don't say in response to that. Don't... Don't think too deeply about that. Also, don't say that in response either. Why is that the trigger for saying rolling Milia? Why? You could have said that at any point during the stream. The past 2 days have been nothing but rolling up, and that was the moment that you choose to drop that in that context. Is this a... Yeah, this is a Lonely Rolling Star sort of jazz edit. Is it by the same guy who did... Yeah, it's by the same guy who did the one from earlier. These are nice. 2 on the same soundtrack is a little... I don't know. Yeah, there was one earlier of why did I just stutter like that? Jesus Christ. Of Katamari on the Rocks that was also very good by the same I don't know. Guy, I guess. I don't know what to call him. Composer, arranger, guy who arranges music. Hold on, I gotta stretch. I think I gotta get up soon. How long have I been streaming? I'm not on the I can't see OBS right now. I have the... Yeah, relax. Yeah, go away, sidebar, or taskbar. Damn, almost 2 hours. Okay. I know why. I mean, I do know why, but... I don't know. Do we have to do this again? Yesterday wasn't enough. This feels like it could have been like its own offshoot album. The jazzy bossa nova remixes of all the songs. I think after the song I am gonna get up and take a break. I want to switch stages too. I want to get the hillside stage. Yep. Oh, okay. That Jazz Phoenix Wright album is really good. I do really like those. Maybe one day I won't get so easily flustered, but I'm starting to not believe that. I'm starting to believe that it might not be possible. I don't know. I keep telling myself that, but it still has never happened. So now I'm starting to think it might just never, that might just be an impossibility for me. Okay. Now it's time for a break. It is weird to me that the Royal Rainbow sound effect is technically part of the soundtrack. Notice how I turn the music volume all the way down and it doesn't play. That's weird that that's considered part of the soundtrack and not It's not a sound effect. What do you want a million roses for? We don't know. I don't really know either. I mean, I guess I know in sort of like a vague cosmic sense, but I don't know in a literal sense. It just felt appropriate, you know? Well, I know there's nothing to be ashamed of, but it is taxing. It is taxing on my nerves, you know? I think the rose is still steadily getting bigger. I can't really tell. The little dog's name is Dr. Katamari, by the way. In case you weren't aware. That little dog there, his name is Dr. Katamari. Alright. Juggling all these windows and shit is very... It's an exercise in my mental capacity. Manual dexterity and mental dexterity. Alright, there we go. But yeah, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna do a little stretcherine. I'm gonna maybe... I don't know. I got nothing funny prepared. I wanted to say something funny, but I don't have anything in the tank right now. I'm sorry. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes with more... Rolling! Oh, baby! I'm here. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't fret. Don't you be fretting. If there's one thing you shouldn't be doing, it's definitely fretting. I got my socks. I got my little slippies. It's time to get cozy. It's time to get comfy. I wonder if it's still raining out. I didn't hear anything, so I don't think so. But it might be raining lately. I like the rain. I'm a big fan of the rain. Which, now that I think about it, are there any Katamari stages where it is raining? I don't really think so. Weather in Katamari feels like kind of a missed opportunity. That feels like an easy way to sort of, I don't know, like shake up the stages a little bit. Like, even if the weather doesn't actually do anything. Like, you know, maybe sometimes it's raining, maybe sometimes it's snowing. I guess snow you would have to, like, add some textures, but... I don't know. Yep, that's me. Alkemilia rain smell. That's my name. Don't forget it. Source on that track? That was Memory by Two Shell, who are a really great electronic duo that I like a lot. Off of their EP Icons, which is my introduction to them. Great little EP. EP, of course, short for electronic penis. They're very confusing in the way that they release music, though. They release stuff, then they take it down, they release, like, fake things. They change stuff on albums after the album is already out. They pull a Kanye sometimes. They change stuff after the album's already out, and they switch it around. I don't know. They're a weird duo, but I like them. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Alright. I guess we'll finish out the Touch My Katamari OST, even though I'm not really feeling it. We're almost through it, so we might as well keep going. What's going on over there? Are you okay? What's happening? Yeah, there's sound settings right here. A billion red roses. A billion. All for you. All for you specifically. Whoa, we got some reggae? What's going on here? Oh, hey. What is this one? Jupiter Dub number 4. Okay, yeah, I guess this is dub. I don't know, I'm not really clear on my definitions of dub and reggae and that kind of stuff. I'm not super into that kind of music, so I don't really know a whole lot about it. As far as, like, what constitutes what. Whoa. Now this is the song that the cousins smoke a fucking doobie to. Also, I feel like if Jungle's scarf should be made of that fabric that blocks facial recognition software. It's just like kind of a generic. I think it's. Is it? Oh, it's just got it's got one stripe on the very, like, the tail, the end. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. It could have been like optical camouflage. It should have been camo. Or is there a camo cousin? I think there is a camo cousin. I don't know though. Actually, I don't know. I mean like camouflage pattern. I'm not sure now. The beautiful orange sun. The beautiful bright red sun beating down on us. I gotta remember, once I hit up the truck, I gotta go all the way back to the top. I gotta figure out a better route for the stage. Because I don't hit up this area enough. And then the area right after it also has a lot of bundles of roses. They're bouquets? No, they're bunches. They're bunches of roses. Alright, what do we got now? Revolution Katamari. This is the Katamari that's gonna smash the state. This is truly the people's Katamari. The Katamari Republic. This one definitely, this stage, even regardless of whether or not it's the most efficient, which I think it is, it definitely is the most fun to actually roll around in. It has the best flow to it, that's for sure. Damn, the truck still doesn't respawn? That's not good. Oh no, a lot of this stage hasn't respawned. I didn't really like the power-ups, but I definitely am like, I definitely do wish I had the magnet power-up in this situation. Oh, we got one bundle back on the truck. I wonder how the game decides, like, which roses to, like, refresh. And in what order.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And it also, the stage also has that guy, so... And stage also has that guy, so it's pretty good. This is Katamari on Namco. I would have called it Katamari on the Namco, but that's just me. Again, it is very surprising to me that there wasn't a any sort of Namco arcade stage in any of the Katamari games. But I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe that's a good thing. But I think a stage that took place in like a generic arcade game inspired arcade game level would be good. Maybe not, maybe don't make it too like super referential, but what? What does the chef say when you bump into him? Mieru. Alright. I don't know why it says that, but... yeah, I don't know. This song's kind of obnoxious. I don't know if I like this. What's going on? Are we having technical difficulties? What's happening? Oh, okay. I was about to say, it doesn't seem like there's any, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong on my end. So maybe it's a Twitch thing, I don't know. Everything but flirtations doesn't send? I don't believe that. I haven't turned on flirt only mode. I'm pretty sure that's not on at least. I don't really know why Twitch added that setting. It seems kind of weird. Again, it feels like there's a lot more useful features that they could have added before that, but I guess that's what the people want. No matter what, know that I'm here. Why are you making it sound like I'm off to go fight the final boss? Don't be so dramatic. It must be a Twitch thing then. If you and Grinner are both having problems. Well, I guess I'll just have to continue to roll up roses and muse to myself. Which I expected to do a lot of, so it's not really a big deal. I might have to turn my heater on. It is a little cold. It is a little chilly in here. I might have to smoke a fucking heater. I gotta say, I am feeling a lot better now that the streams are actually going, and I'm like, I've hit my rhythm. I was feeling very not well in the week leading up to the stream. I think it may have just been, ooh, baby. That was a bad one. Oh, it's still happening. I almost said, what if my PlayStation like dies or something happens, or like the disc gets eaten or the memory card explodes during these streams? But I don't, that seems like a stupid thing to say. That seems like a great way to curse myself. So instead of saying that, I'm not going to say anything. Instead of saying that, I'm gonna say nothing. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. Oh, we kind of, I was gonna say, we kind of, we're getting like a little bit of a, what is this one? Kakatamariri 2. Featuring Sachi from Harineko. You can see the pause menu text on Jungle. That's awesome. Classic Amazon Web. Yeah, I was about to say Amazon Web Service is dying again, and thus like half the internet goes down. Unfortunately. What was I thinking about during the break, though? Oh, yeah, I am already kind of getting a little bit inspired by Homestuck. At least in one very specific sense. Ooh. Nice. Now this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm working on a story where I'm kind of inspired by the Sylladex. The Sylladices. I don't know how you'd properly pluralize that. But I'm working on a story that seems like it would really benefit from like characters having a very like a known inventory that like is tracked and like matters throughout the events of the story. So I'm kind of being inspired by the Sylladex. Maybe not like to make it like as mechanically or like a system in that way, but definitely to have it be like a thing that's like kept track of and like referenced a lot. It's kind of giving me an idea in that sense. I like this song a lot. Very different from the first Kakatata Mamariri. I have to put together a Katamari Greatest Hits after this. I probably shouldn't have brought that up when I know that chatting isn't really possible. Or at least it's much more difficult than usual. So if anybody can communicate, what does it say? Does it like act like the message sent, but then nothing happens? Like, do you get a little thing that says like message failed to send? If you can get this information through to me, I'm curious like what's actually going on. Because I don't know if I've ever had this happen before while I'm streaming. If anybody's out there, if you can hear me. If my voice is reaching you. It says your message failed to frickin' send, idiot. Lol, get owned. I wish it said that. Whoa. What is this? This is more what I'm looking for. I guess the Touch My Katamari soundtrack really picks up in the back half. Discord? What about it? Katamari on the Threnody to the victim's Hiroshi? What is that? I don't know what that reference is. Is that a piece of music? Check it? Do I have to? That's so much work. Oh, you sent a screenshot. I get it. I guess I'll check it later. I don't need to see it right now. Unless it's something else. Is this a different song? That one was NGC something? Yeah, this is a different song. NGC 1976. This is Cosmo Mule Cosmopolitan. Which sounds like a really complicated mixed drink. Oh, okay. I don't know if I'm gonna open up Discord just to facilitate chat. I think I'm just okay with the chat not really working. That's fine by me. It seems like it's working now, though. It seems like it's working well enough now. Fingies crossed. Exactly. Cross them fingies and cross those toesies. Cross those little piggies. What sound did all the characters make? Those two are mutes. They don't make any sound. A very cultured hybrid of, I guess so. No, it's like a space donkey. And your arms and legs, that might be too strong. I don't know what that'll do, but that might be too powerful. A Sponky? Yeah. A space donkey, a Sponky. Ah. When did I start this level? I was gonna switch out every like X amount of roses, but I've already forgotten where I started with this level. I'm entering a haze. I'm entering a rose-colored fugue state now, I think. Once again. Now I'm looking for the one who can make me cross my eyes. Why? Because you're coming so hard? What do you mean? What would make you cross your eyes like that? I don't understand. You may make coffee? Well, keep us updated, I guess. I could kind of go for some coffee, but it's definitely too late. Actually, it's probably not too late. I'm probably going to be up for the next, like, 16 hours anyway, so... You may cough makey. Exactly. A nice little coffee cigar lounge stream might be fun. But I would need to have some way of streaming outside, which I don't have. I don't have like a laptop or anything that I could use. Candy cigars? No, a real one. But I mean, I guess you could smoke a candy cigar. And get that sugar smoke deep in your lungs. Alright, what do we got now? Katamari on the backstage. Katamari on the back shots. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said... I knew as it was coming out of my mouth that it was going to be not worth it. But... I knew as it was coming out of my mouth that it was going to be not funny, but I couldn't prevent it. It was already too late. Big coil of licorice pretending to be a cigar. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was about to say, it's just, it's a plinky dinky version of, Katamari on the stage. Fun fact about Homestuck? Yeah. Nobi Nobi Prince. Is that a Nobi Nobi Boy reference? Can you still play Nobi Nobi Boy? I should see. We need to check that game out at some point if it's still playable. I'm assuming it is, but I don't know. That is a very mildly interesting fact. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say it's fun though. I think it might be just shy of reaching fun. I really like that. I don't know what you call it, but that noise when you kind of like, that's sort of like screechy noise when you like run your fingers across the strings of a guitar. I really like that noise. I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm quite fond of it. I feel like my pronunciations of random words are very weird tonight. I think my ability to speak is degrading rapidly as I stream. I'm losing it. Ah! This is a nice one too. This one's nice and soothing. I'm soothed. That's bad though. If both of those things degrade at the same time, that's not good. We need to have at least one of those things intact, otherwise the stream's gonna fall apart real quickly. You either need to be able to listen to me ramble about nonsense, or you need to be able to ramble about nonsense to each other. If we lose both of those things, I don't know if the stream's gonna survive. None of the duplicate initials occur within the same batch. Okay. Oh. That's not very helpful. That's not a very helpful camera angle. Oh! I need to do a tarot card reading. I haven't done a tarot card reading in a while. What is this one? Little Help. Millie's Spanksgiving special every day until New Year's? I don't think I could handle that. Only the pervert. What are you talking about? Messages have been going through fine. Also, what about that is perverted? What do you mean? I thought it was just a funny way of saying Thanksgiving. What did you have in mind? I thought it was just a cutesy, silly way of saying Thanksgiving. I get breaks? From what? The purely innocent Thanksgiving festivities? From eating big slices of turkey and apple pie? Oh. Don't talk about yaoi paddles in here. Get out of here. I think I would be impervious to the yaoi paddle, though. I don't think that would work on me. I think its powers would be... I would be impervious to them. Oh, okay. Is that the same thing, but just with a different name? Is that the same thing with maybe a slightly different grip on the handle? That's the difference? This is White Katyusha. Is that like a flower or something? It sounds like it could be. Oh, it's slightly different shape. Okay. It's more aerodynamic. It's more feminine. It's got a more ladylike shape. Ooh. No, that's the pattern on it. It's embossed into the wood. It's a lily pattern. Also, wait a minute. Why is this a thing now? Why is spanking me suddenly a huge topic of conversation? Why does that keep coming up? Stop giving me ideas. Don't be doing that. You're supposed to be getting the, whatchamacallit. You're supposed to be keeping me in check, alright? You're not supposed to be injecting these kind of thoughts into my head. Because it's fun? Alright, well I guess I can't argue with that. In flustering? I mean, if that's the goal, it's definitely working. Cold steel for hot babes. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. It's a magazine publication from Homestuck? Alright. That makes sense. I don't know, like I said, I can't respond. I can't, like... I don't know, I can't, like, lean into it, because then I wouldn't be able to... If I tried to lean into it and encourage it, I could maybe do that, like, once or twice, but then I definitely get way too flustered. So I don't know what to do. This is Katamari on the Ondo, which I don't know what that means, but... I'm guessing it's some type of Japanese stage, if I had to guess. I'm guessing that it's the stage that a sumo match takes place on. That's just a random guess. It sounds like Oppa Katamari style, oh no. Oh, shit, you're right, it really does. It really does. Stop saying It's making me. The messages precede it. The starting to make me real nervous. What? What's up? What do I think of collars? I don't know if I want to answer that question right now. Can I abstain? I like dollars. I'm a big fan of those. I'm a big fan of dollars. Oh, wait a minute. There's literally like a boost pad here. That's what it is. That's why your acceleration goes absolutely insane. Because there's like a boost pad. Did you see that? I just started rocketing off into oblivion. I was barely moving. Yeah. I see. Interesting. No, I have to answer? I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. If you wanted to put a collar on me, I don't know if I don't know if I'd say no. I'm not exactly opposed to the concept. Why did the music have to stop there? Why did the music have to run out now? Yeah, it seems like there's actually just like a weird invisible boost pad like coded into the slopes there that fires you off into space. No, come on. I already said this. The role-playing is off limits on stream. You can't be doing that. Now we're going too far. There we go. I guess I'll put on some... I don't know. I don't know what music to put on now. I guess I'll just play my own music now. I don't really know. Two bells. I mean, a bell with a collar with a bell on it is more cute and less kinky. So I guess I can allow that. I guess that's okay. I think the earrings would jiggle enough, though. They would jingle jangle enough that you'd be able to hear them anyway. I don't know if that would really be necessary. What am I trying to add to this scene? I think it's window capture. Yeah. Yeah, bell earrings and a bell collar. That might be too many bells, though. That seems like an excessive amount of bells. That seems like maybe too many. I don't know, though. I don't know about you, but that sounds like maybe too many.
Called off. Called off.
Jingle Millie.
Called off.
A very festive Jingle Millie.
Called off. Called off. Called off. Called off.
Oh yeah, we gotta switch cousins. I gotta keep the cousin rotation going.
Save the pandas.
I don't know who I want to play as now, though.
Save the pandas.
I like this guy. I like Odeka.
Save the pandas. Save the pandas.
I'll crash the Twitch servers or to miss a day. Well, is this gonna be?
Save the pandas.
Have you posted this before? Why does it seem familiar?
Pandas. Save the pandas. Save the pandas.
What do you mean? Don't start this. Hello, Seamus. What up?
Save the pandas.
Don't you join in on this too?
Save the pandas.
What happened?
Save the pandas.
Is it because it was a full moon recently?
Save the pandas.
Is that why?
Save the pandas. Save the pandas. Save the pandas. Save the pandas.
Oh, we can listen to the new 100 Tricks Point
Save
Never.
the pandas. Save the pandas. Save the pandas.
I need to like take some time and listen to it just like on its own.
Save the pandas.
I mean, you can fulfill your legal obligations and also enjoy it at the same time. I would consider that a win.
Hold off.
That's just tackling two birds with one stone. You don't pay attention to the moon? You should, it's important. You're gonna incept ideas into my brain. It's been extremely long. It's been an extremely long time since I've whatchamacallit. Since I've done any sort of suggestive fan art. Or I guess it's not fan art, it's official art, I guess, when I'm the one making it. But the desire is steadily building. The Soul Eater moon, the Soul Eater moon is pretty good. It is one of the better moons out there, I gotta say. The Tulip moon is also apparently like that. That was a shock when we were playing Tulip and that happened. I was not prepared. The Tulip moon is also crazy evil. Calling art of yourself fan art is funny. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny. I'll give you that. Huh? What happened to the... Whoa, what's going on here? Alright. We can't do that. I fucked something up. What is going on? Oh my god. I'm just trying to get the name of the music on the screen, but it's all fucked up now. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Good, excellent, awesome. Now we can get back to business. Now we can get back to business. I mean, I guess it is still technically fan art. I am a fan of myself. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. Every once in a while, I'm a fan of myself. Yeah, occasional fan art. Damn. Now I am feeling the flusterization. Why did you have to do this to me? If that was your goal, you've accomplished it. The collective you, I guess. If that was the intended outcome. I like how Odeko has the little Odeko, like, perched on the side of his head. That's nice. We are many. We are legion. I don't know, maybe I do need to add the lewd tuber back. The lewd tuber tag back, I don't know. I'll never be able to escape it. I'll never be able to escape it, but I'll never be able to fully embrace it either. It truly is my eternal struggle. I know your stance on that. I don't know if I do know your stance on that. I might need a refresher. I'm not entirely sure. I'm very forgetful. You might need to remind me. And by that I mean you definitely need to remind me. I don't know. Now server. No, wait a minute. I read the first half of that sentence. I read the first half of that sentence and I thought I was relieved for a moment. Now I am aggrieved. I was relieved, but instead I became aggrieved. That's probably the noise I would make if you grabbed me. Something like that. Now I am groped. No! You're the only one who tried to stop me? That is true. I don't know. I would also just like to reiterate that the flustering is not an act. I'm not putting on a character, or I'm not trying to be, like, cutesy or anything. I do think the teasing and such is fun, etc., but I truly don't know how to handle it still. I'm still very not used to it. It is always extremely unexpected every single time. I'm just trying to collect the roses. I'm just trying to collect my roses out here. I don't know if I've ever given a full kia. I don't know if it's ever gotten that bad, but I've definitely internally kia'd. I don't know if I've ever done it out loud. I can see that, Grinner. I'm seeing that now. I've noticed. You want to trick? I knew it. I knew it. You're gonna have to work harder than that. Like I said, I'm not used to it, but I'm not completely naive. No, I didn't do it. That was me saying Kia. It's like saying scream. It's like saying the word scream as opposed to screaming. To go back to moon, it's like saying scream out loud as opposed to doing an actual scream. That wasn't a real Kia. That was me saying it. It was me reading the word, you know? It's different. It's not the same. Stop it. Stop it with the squeezing. I'm trying to concentrate. I'm trying to put on a stream here. I'm trying to put on a stream here and failing to come up with things to talk about to alter the trajectory of the conversation. I'm unable to come up with adequate distractions. I just now am what's going on here? I'm just not really examining. I guess he's supposed to be like giving the old lady like a piggyback ride or something. It looks like he should be like holding something like underneath him that she's like riding on, but she's kind of just like attached. I sort of, when I was passing by it, I was kind of just like assuming that's what was going on, but she's kind of just like stuck in. Nope. She's kind of just all up ons. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's very enjoyable. I don't know. I might have to do a better job of curbing this. I might have to do a better job of putting up a resistance, because if people start to see this happening, then they'll be like, wait a minute. If other people start to join in, I don't know if I'll be able to handle that. If I start to attract a large proportion of the audience that likes to tease me, I don't know. The stream might implode. I kind of feel like I already do that. It's just rare. It's just not that often that it happens. I do really like this album, though. I think it might be my favorite since R+7. I've already listened to it a lot, but I feel like I haven't fully absorbed everything that's going on in it. It's very layered, which I like quite a bit. How long have we been going? 3 hours? These streams do go by very quickly, though. I really do kind of enter like a weird rose-tinted fugue state where I'm just kind of like, ugh. For the most part. When I'm not being squeezed. When I'm not being squeezed or squished or spanked. Although I guess I haven't actually been spanked. It's just been spoken about. Thankfully. I got a lot of work I need to get done. I got a lot of things I need to do. I've been very, like... I don't know. I've been in ill health for a little while, I feel like. Both mentally and physically. But the charity streams have really started to bring me out of it. I'm feeling much, much better in the past couple days. Now that I've actually begun the great work. But I got a lot that I still need to get done. Weirdly, I was very stressed out leading up to the streams, leading up to the charity event. But now that it's actually happening, I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I'm getting into the rhythm. I'm getting into the flow. It's kind of nice, actually. We'll see what happens tomorrow, though. Because tomorrow's gonna be the real big indicator. Because that will be the 4th stream. I know I can do 3 streams in a row. I know I can do 3 days in a row. I've done that many times now at this point. But 4? I don't know. That's gonna be the real big indicator. That's gonna be the trial. The make or break moment. Eh? This music combined with the rolling is kind of like really putting me in a weird trance state, I gotta say. There is something, I don't know, kind of... transcendent about it. The monotony of the rolling is really kind of like... It's really colored by the music you're listening to while you do it. Gonna go make coffee? Yes, please do. Please do go do that. Or maybe don't. I don't know. Maybe I don't want you to be more energized. Maybe that's a bad thing, actually. I'm not so sure. I don't think I do have any of that. I guess I'll have to invest in some. I'll ask for some for Christmas. It'll probably be too late by then, though. I don't know. I am really feeling it. I'm really feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. I kind of want to go to the ice stage. I feel like that's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Hey, there's something about these bushes. Also, I just noticed I go through this level the same direction every single time. I gotta remember to, like, change it up. Yeah, I kinda wanna get the... I'm feeling the ice level. I'm feeling I wanna get iced up. I wanna get iced out. It would be nice if you could just pick the level that... It would be nice if there were more levels for starters. It would be kind of nice if you could pick where you want to go. But I'm putting way more thought into this than the developers probably did.
Hold off! Hold off!
I'm putting way more... I'm putting way more, whatchamacallit? Way more effort into this than I think anybody was ever intended to,
Save the pandas!
if I had to guess. We'll go back to Kinoko for a little bit.
Save the pandas! Your Majesty!
I wonder if anybody on the development team was doing magic mushrooms. There are a lot of mushrooms that appear in the artwork in these games. Which, I don't know, maybe they just liked mushrooms? It's a sign. It's a sign! It's a sign. Speaking of signs, that is something that I kind of like, I don't know. Leading up to this, I kind of got a good feeling about it because... I don't know why, but, like, whatchamacallit? The VOD... So I have the YouTube channel where I upload the VODs. The VOD where I was drawing... I was doing the artwork for the promotional poster for this event. I uploaded that, and for some reason, it saw like a huge spike in views. It got like a huge spike in views compared to like pretty much any video on that channel, and also attracted a bunch of new subscribers, and I don't know why. I don't normally keep track of that kind of stuff, but I noticed that I was getting a pretty decent influx of subscribers, like a much bigger boost than I normally do, and I was like, what's going on? And apparently it was that video. Which, I don't know. I did kind of, like, reach out to... I didn't really reach out to people, though. I don't know. I did kind of, like, try to promote the event, at least, like, a little bit. I tried to promote the event at least, like, a little bit, which is way more than I ever try to promote anything. So... I don't know, maybe somebody posted it somewhere or something? I have no idea. But... it, like, weirdly got a bunch of traction out of nowhere. Assuming nobody orchestrated anything behind the scenes, it kind of, like... you did a teensy-weensy little bit of telling? Okay. Using that video or just in general? Because I am kind of curious. I am kind of curious if that was like an actual random thing that happened, or if it was people in general. Okay. Because I did think that that was kind of weird, so I don't know. I don't know if there was like if there's like an actual like easy explanation for that, or if it was just kind of a strange thing that happened. But I do appreciate that, thank you. I do really... I don't know, I do really appreciate people actually trying to spread the word in whatever way they can. Because I really hate doing that, honestly. I don't know why, but it's like very... I'm just not that... I just don't like promoting myself. I really don't know why. I can't do it. I don't know. It's like the thing that I get probably the most self-conscious about, and I don't know why. Because like I see other people who are like completely shameless about it, and it works. Like anything that I could do would be like super modest compared to like what I see other people doing. And like I'm not trying to like judge them for it or like hate on them. I'm just saying that like I get really in my own head about like super minor stuff, like compared to like what's normal. But I don't know, I just can't do it. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I don't even really have like a deeper point or like an explanation for it. I just don't like it. I guess I would compare it to like, I don't know, like a food that you don't like to eat, or like a smell that you don't like, you know? Like, I really don't like the smell of like roasted Brussels sprouts. That's not true, that's just like a random example, but it's like, I don't know, there's no real reason for it, I just don't like it. I don't know. Or like, I really don't like the taste of blueberry pancakes. There's like no real broader explanation for it. I just don't like it. I don't know. It kind of feels like that to me. But I don't know. That is kind of why it, like, it means so much to me that, like, people hang out and enjoy the stream. Like, being able to not only reach, but surpass the goal that I set for the charity on the very first day is, like, I don't know. It's kind of insane to me. It's like, I don't know. I think that's why it means so much to me that, like, people come and hang out and they watch the stream and they enjoy it, because I really don't I put like zero effort into like promoting myself or like getting out there or like socializing and that kind of thing. So it's like the fact that I've been able to make it this far without really doing that at all is like kind of, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. It's crazy. That's why I really does mean a lot to me. The law of Jante or Hante? I don't know what that is. No, that was just an example. I wasn't actually saying I don't like the taste of blueberry pancakes. I was comparing it to like shilling for myself or like promoting, in the sense that it kind of feels like, you know, like how people like don't like certain foods. There's like no real deeper explanation behind it, you know? An unwritten social code in Nordic countries. Originating from a 1933 satirical novel by Axel Sandemose. It discourages individuality and ambition by emphasizing collective conformity, humility, and the idea that no one is better than anyone else. You're not to think you're anything special. You're not to think you're as good as us. You're not to think you're smarter than us. You're not to convince yourself that you're better than us. You're not to think you know more than us. You're not to think you're more important than us. You're not to think you're good at anything. You're not to laugh at us. You're not to think anyone cares about you. You're not to think you can teach us anything. I mean, I definitely feel that some of the time. I definitely feel some of that some of the time. I don't know, I guess I'll just say I chose this specific charity for a reason. For several reasons, actually. I chose this specific charity for several reasons. And I'm trying to save my big emotional... speeches and shit for the finals, for the home stretch. But... it really does... What am I trying to get at here? The stream has helped me a lot in a lot of ways. I really struggle and have struggled for a very long time with my own self-image and my own self-worth. And the stream has really had an incredibly major impact on that in very positive ways. That I don't think I could fully express it, like, if I even tried, you know? And I do try very often, but... you know. For a reason. No, don't be sorry. That's what we need to be, that's what we need. Like I was saying before, the chat needs to counterbalance. The chat needs to counterbalance me. They gotta bring me back to reality. That's good. That's appropriate. I don't know. I think that was a first last night. I think that was another first last night. I think I got a raid because I am a bat. I think my batitude actually did cause someone to raid me. My furry LARPing. My furry smokescreen actually did attract some attention, which is very funny. I guess I don't mean that. That has a very different context when I say furry LARPing. That would actually make me more of a furry than I am if that was true. I guess that's not really what I meant. That was kind of the exact opposite of what I was trying to say. There was a lot of screaming. That's kind of one of the things I don't like about raids, is that, I don't know, I don't like how disruptive they can be. I still don't, that's one thing I'm definitely really not used to. Raids definitely get me very flustered in a not fun way. The flirty, suggestive stuff gets me flustered in a fun way. Raids and things like that get me flustered in a very not fun way. I become extremely self-conscious. Welcome back, Ritter. We need a quiet raid feature. What would we call it? I don't know. Subterfuge or something like that. Some sort of spy-related term. That would be a nice feature if you could raid somebody without the notification popping. Or like without the raid message coming in. That actually would be a good feature. I'm all for features that let you engage with stuff like that, like anonymously. Or like not anonymously, but like, I don't know, stealthily or quietly. In case, yeah, inconspicuously. Which classic first-person shooter protag shares his name with this guy? Is it Duke Nukem? I only know that because I can see the URL. I don't actually know who that guy is. I'm guessing he's a Captain Planet villain, based on the name Nukem. When I was a child, when I was a tiny little batling, one year for my birthday, I bought my dad a Duke Nukem action figure. I don't know how old I was. Maybe my parents remember how old I was, but I don't remember exactly how old I was. But I bought him a Duke Nukem action figure. And they thought that I got him the action figure because he wouldn't want it, and so he would give it to me. And I remember when he gave it back to me, I was actually very upset because I thought he would like it. That actually made me very upset because I thought that he would like it. I really wanted him to have that Duke Nukem action figure. I was not operating on that sort of Machiavellian level. Or for his birthday. It was for his birthday, not for my birthday. I don't know if I bought it for him. Or if I, like, got my mom. I don't know if I was old enough to, like, have money or, like, an allowance of my own. I think I was even too young for that. He's a doctor, okay. His name is actually Duke Nukem. Interesting. Oh my god. There's something you said last night that's been bothering you, and I'd like for you to apologize. Fan of dark humor, my best friend returning last night maybe got me razzed up and in a ball-busting mood. Talking about having crushes on uni girls was a step too far. This is disgusting, so please apologize and complete the cutest shatter tier list as a reparation. I don't think it did have to be said, especially not in so many words. I don't know if it would. I would argue that it didn't have to be said, and even on the remote chance that it did, I don't think it needed to be stated in such a verbose fashion. But no, I will not apologize. Also, I wasn't even the one that brought it up. You brought it up. I wasn't even the one that started that. You started it. And you will not trick me into thinking that I did. Because I don't ever bring it up unless you do. I don't ever initiate. Also, I am allowed to have had a crush on someone, okay? I am allowed to have had a crush on someone. It's not against the law. That is not a spankable offense. Well, actually, maybe it is. I don't know what counts as a spankable offense, to be fair, but I don't think it does. What court adjudicates crushes? The court of the heart. I did not know that. So they were aware of that they were aware of that character then. I was gonna say that would be weird if they did it like without even knowing that that was another character, but they were aware and they did it anyway. Duke Nukem. Duck Nukem. Buck Fuckum. This counts as a spankable offense? That's an offense? That's an offending thing? First of all, I would argue against my cuteness at all. I would argue that I'm not in violation of any cuteness laws by virtue of the fact that I'm not cute, but... Would I call Duke Nukem if he was spontaneously transmogrified into a Gherkin's predecessor? It is not the funny... Hold on. Would it be Dick Pick'em? Pickle Dickum? I'd probably call him Pickle Dickum. That's my final answer. Regis, that's my final answer. I would call him Pickle Dickum. I think I succeeded. I think I did more than just try. I think I succeeded. I'm gonna reward myself with a sippy for that. To be clear, I was aware that it was supposed to be something cucumber related, but my mind fixated on that. So I know that cucumber, it had to involve cucumber in some fashion. It's only an offense that it earns me spanks. I see. I guess I should also say part of the reason, or not part of the reason, but I guess the main reason that I'm okay with all the teasing. I'm okay with it. I would never admit that I actively enjoy it. That would be a dangerous thing to say out loud. That would be a dangerous and embarrassing thing to say out loud, to admit that I actively enjoy it. So I'm not gonna say that. Instead, I'll say that I'll allow it because, again, having never really had crushes or anything on anybody, having never really gotten any of that kind of attention at all throughout my entire life for any reason, I don't know, maybe I don't want to elaborate on this. Maybe I'm self-flustering now. Maybe I thought I could get through this without self-flustering myself too much, but now I don't think I can. Now that I've started, I think I'm gonna abort. I think I'm gonna pull the eject cord and fly off. And then probably my parachute is gonna fail, and I'm gonna crash, I don't know, into the ground and become a purple splotch. I'll allow it. You said the wrong word. You pushed the wrong button. Chat's favorite position to be in is begrudgingly tolerated. It sure seems like it. It sure seems like it. You're gonna catch me? I think then that would just cause us both to be splattered. I don't think you'd be able to stop that from happening. I don't think you'd be able to prevent the smearing, the smearification. It's weird to see so many people hit on me online. It's very weird to me too. It's very weird to me too. That's also why it gets me so flustered, because I never in a million years would have expected it. And I still don't. To be honest with you. It still catches me off guard every time. I don't get it. Also, I was not wearing a Sonic onesie. I was not wearing a Sonic onesie. I will not allow the misinformation to be spread that I'm a Sonic fan. That is slander that I will not accept. No, no. None of that. I'm not gonna go so far as to say that I'm a Sonic hater, but I'm definitely a Sonic skeptic. I'm definitely a Sonic skeptic. I'm skeptical of Sonic. I think what triggers the slowdown is if you go straight up. Maybe not. Okay, never mind. I don't know what triggers it. Oh, I would just smear against you. I was gonna say something, but again, I can't actually do it because I know that it will cause. Now that I'm aware of Gritter's proclivities, I know that it will cause a reaction that I'm not prepared to handle, most likely. You want someone to be interviewed with Sonic Skeptic in the lower third? I really would love to do a joke like that. I don't know what it would be. It would be too much to do it at the beginning of every stream, but it would be very funny to introduce I could come up with a lot of very funny lower thirds, I feel like, for myself. I don't know. I'm not really sure when I would ever get the chance to do that, but that is a good one. Well, you said I would probably be smeared against you, and I was going to say something like, yeah, I'll bet you'd like that, huh? But I don't think I should. I don't think I should be saying things like that. That's what I'm saying. I have the inclination, but then I'm not ready for the response. Sounds like a good running bit for. Oh wait, you're right. That would be a good way to do that. That would be infrequent enough that I would be able to. I'd be able to do it. Shit. Damn. Now I have to. That's what I'm saying. I need to actually, like, really commit to doing some kind of video essay because I have too many good ideas. I just don't know what the first topic would be. Actually, there is one game that I know that I definitely want to make. No, it wouldn't be Moon. I have a different idea. I mean, this is probably revealing too much of my hand, but I have a different idea that I've wanted to do for way longer that I feel like I could fold a bunch of my Moon ideas into. I feel like I could sort of tackle Moon in that, you know? A colander? Well, a colander would seep through. A colander wouldn't actually contain it. I'm like, yeah, I am very behind. But then again, I would probably, whatchamacallit? I'd probably cover games that aren't, like, new releases or anything. Like, I'd have to make a We Love Katamari video at some point. But I probably wouldn't be covering new releases, so it doesn't really matter when I make them, you know? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about that, Seamus. I kind of forgot about it because I was planning on doing this, but I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do the not a tier list at some point. I mean, I have to do it after the charity marathon, obviously. But I don't know. We might have to end up doing it, like, at the beginning of next year. Because I feel like after the charity-thon, I'm going to want to take a break. But I don't know. We'll see. I'll see how I'm feeling after the charity marathon. But I do want to do that again. I would also like to say that I have not actually been updating the list of games that I played in 2025. I think the list of games that I played in 2025 that I was supposed to keep is Garage. I think I started it when I started playing Garage, which was the first game that I played this year, and then never updated it after that. Yeah, it's not like it's not like I don't know. Like, I could easily figure it out. I just kept forgetting to actually go back and do it. And now I went the entire year telling myself I need to go back and actually start recording this shit, and just never did. I think we're on pace for slightly under 20 days now. Because 50k a day would be 20 days, and we're a little bit over that. Buck Bumble is probably going to be one stream, so that affects things a little bit, but... not very much. Man, it did just kind of hit me. I wasn't really thinking about it, but all of a sudden I was just like, oh shit, I have to stream again tomorrow. Like, I was thinking, like, oh yeah, you know, after the stream, it's the end of the weekend, but I'm like, no, it's not over. It's not over, buddy. It's not over, bitch. I don't know, I guess it really is just Seamus, but I think my chat might be the only chat on this platform that gets upset at me for streaming more. I think this might be the only chat on the entirety of Twitch that gets upset when the streamer streams more than they usually do. I'm supposed to be hibernating? I mean, it depends on how you define sentience. Does sentience need an observer? It's like it's like solipsism, or like, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? If I'm being sentient off stream and nobody's around to observe it, do I really exist? I don't know. There's a science experiment about that says yes. Which one are you thinking of? I think I'll be able to do it. Like I said, I've really been... starting the charity stream has actually been kind of a load off on my mind, because I've kind of just been like... in order to not be streaming at the expense of my health, I've really just been like, okay, this is your thing that you have to do today. The stream is the only thing that you really have to worry about doing. And anything else is like, if you get some stuff accomplished, that's a bonus. If you don't, then it's whatever. So it actually is kind of helping me relax in a way. But if I do need to take a break, I will. That's also why this is not a marathon stream. That's also why it's every day as opposed to like non-stop. A machine, the baby. No, that's the opposite. You're probably thinking of like the double slit experiment or something like that. Whichever is the one that shows that like observing something has like a tangible effect on it. Observing a particle has like a tangible effect on it. The act of observing something causes it to react. Which I don't know. I don't understand how there can be things out there, like studies like that, and there's still people out there who are like, yeah, everything's just chemicals, bro. It's all just chemicals. You're just like a meat computer, bro. And it's like, I don't know. If you just like conveniently ignore like thousands and thousands of years of human experience, then I guess. But I'm not convinced. I think there's probably more going on. Anyway. Alright, hold on. We'll get to 1800. We'll get to 180. I kind of want to stay on this level. I don't know. This is my favorite level for some reason. Yeah, dude. Soul vibrations. Do I know what else is just chemicals? Probably a lot of things. I could probably name a few things. I'm not going to, but I probably could. The bass? Badass? Oh, we're back on this, okay. You're really laser focused, huh? You're really laser focused on my booty. I was gonna say, I don't know if it's really too much to write home about, but I think it might actually be one of my... I think it might actually be one of my higher tier assets. Not to, not to jerk myself off or anything. I couldn't think of the phrase toot my own horn, and what my brain defaulted to was not to jerk myself off or anything. I don't think I'm a very impressive physical specimen. However, I do think I have probably a nice little butt. I do think I have a nice little caboose. Relatively speaking. But again, I would never admit that. This is only in theory. This is only hypothetical. I also don't like how proud I am of my butt. I don't know if proud is the right word. Proud might be a little bit too strong. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that I'm proud, but not ashamed. I'll go with. Anyway, I gotta get up. I gotta get up real fast. But I will be back in a few minutes. I don't know. I feel like we can reach 200,000. I don't know though. I feel like we might be able to get up to 200K. I'm not sure. I'm feeling the momentum. I'm feeling the grease. I'm feeling like a greasy little meatball. I'm ready to keep rolling. Anyway, I will be back in a few minutes. So in that song, at one point, he says, dual wield with the shield. And I gotta wonder, does using a shield count as dual wielding? I feel like it doesn't. I feel like when we think of dual wielding, it's two weapons. It's not a weapon and a shield. But now that I think about it, it probably should count. If you have a weapon and a shield, you are dual wielding. You are wielding two things. Yeah, if it's held as opposed to like strapped to the arm, like a buckler or something. I don't know, because in like pretty much no game, that I can think of, does using a shield count as dual wielding. But I think it should. I don't know. Unless he means like he's dual wielding and he also just happens to have a shield, like on his back or something. But also, maybe he has 3 arms. Maybe he's dual wielding with 2 weapons and also has a 3rd arm holding a shield. I don't know. These are questions I can't answer. We're gonna have to ask Mr. Bladi himself. Is Bladi a guy? I feel like he might be the type of guy who's not a guy. No, he is. Okay. I also don't know how to say his name, and I've never been able to get an answer. Yeah, that guy. I feel like I've gotten conflicting information. Some people just say Blade, but I don't know. I've gotten conflicting answers about this. No, it's not. See, some people say Blade E. I've always read it as Bladi. Some people say it's supposed to just be Blade. I think part of it is that you're not supposed to know. I think that's part of the joke. Or I think that's part of why he did it, is I think you're not supposed to know. I guess it also probably doesn't matter. I think if I went up to him and said, "Whoa, Bloody, I'm a huge fan," I think he would probably, I don't think he would care. I think he'd probably be like, "Yeah." I don't know what he sounds like. He'd probably say something in Swedish. Dual shielding. Hey, what up, picture? How's it going? I didn't say that. I read what you wrote, but I didn't acknowledge your presence. Yeah, everybody's allowed to acknowledge picture now. Oh yeah, that's the other funny thing about that guy. I don't know if you know this, but he was struck by lightning. Which is a funny little fun fact about Bloody. He was struck by lightning at one point. There's not a, he really keeps to himself. There's not a lot known about his personal life, but that's one of the things that we do know, is apparently he was struck by lightning. You tuned in yesterday from the third annual soup off? Damn. Who won? Who had the best soup? Is Bloody Lightning like Stephen King Carr? Huh? Excuse me? Yeah, he ate whatever devil fruit NL has. I don't remember what the name of it is. Sun Nong Dan or Don. And a barley tea highball. Korean anchovy stew. That sounds awesome. I really like anchovies, actually. I'm one of those people who likes anchovies on their pizza. That sounds good. Apparently it's the name of a restaurant, too. Wait, I think that's the name of the restaurant. I think this is... I don't think... I would think it's the name of the restaurant, not the dish, because when I look up Sung Kong Dan, or Don, it's just the restaurant that comes up. Whatever they made must be something. I think that's the name of the restaurant, not the dish. Stephen King was hit by a car one time. I didn't know that. Is that why he wrote about a car? Maybe. He did famously say, "Write what you know." I don't know if he said that. Somebody said that. Specifically, yeah, it's true. It was about a car that hits people. You are right about that. Also, for some reason, I remember the soup off being something that you did with your friend's picture, but it doesn't sound like it. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. You do the soup off with friends? Okay. And somebody you know works at... Okay. You'll have to get the name of it, because now I'm curious about this. Also, the more that I think about it, it really does make sense that he would believe in jelking but not practice it. After the stream was over that you told me about that, I could very vividly in my mind imagine him like giving a very passionate like explanation of how it works, and being like, no, you don't, like, you gotta understand, like really, like, just like really getting into it. I could totally see this. This is a mutual friend that me and Picture have from college. I guess he's much more Picture's friend than he is my friend. I hope he still considers me a friend. I still consider him a friend. Also, ask for the name of the soup, and also ask if Petey Pablo still considers me his friend. I'm sure I know where we stand. I don't want to be out here spreading misinformation on the internet. I don't want to be out here spreading misinformation on the internet that I have friends. I wouldn't want to mislead people like that. That would be very irresponsible of me. If I were to do something like that. This is a problem. I need to figure out what music I want to put on. Now we're having the problem that I have during the draw streams, but during the Katamari streams. Which is not a good thing. This is not a situation that I want to be in. Crazy Bus 10 Hours Remix? I don't know what that is, but I'm going to go ahead and veto it. Stop it. Stop squeezing. Ow. Stop it. Ah. I don't even get a little bit of a warning first. You can't just launch into it like that. You got to at least warn me. No, no tickling. Definitely no tickling. Tickling is actually banned. I'm incredibly vulnerable to tickling. I really don't like being tickled because I'm extremely sensitive to it. Do not do that. I will giggle and squirm and possibly piss myself. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to see that happen. Don't bring up Goo Goo Babies. I haven't played Uma Musume in a long time, but Manhattan Cafe comes out tomorrow. I've been saving up my shiny crystals for Manhattan Cafe, so I'm probably gonna get her tomorrow. I have enough to make it guaranteed. That's generally how I play gacha games, is I play them a little bit and I'm like, oh, this is fun. And then I kind of completely forget about them and then just wait until something happens and then I log back in. And I spend all my free currency. And then I come back for a little bit and just repeat the cycle. You know what? I think I am gonna switch stages. I think enough time has passed. LTG's infiltrating your algorithm? That's not good. Like real LTG clips or like clips making fun of them? Oh, whoops. We're on the wrong thing. There we go. Nobody can know that I listen to Bostonage. The latter? I don't. You're gonna have to be. I don't remember the order that I said them in. I know I said it 5 seconds ago. I already don't remember the order I said those in. I'm sorry. Making fun. I gotta say, all of like the lolcow channels and the channels that like make fun of people, I think are kind of very pathetic. I kind of really don't like those. I can't get into it. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said I'm sorry, as if that's like a character flaw of mine. But my favorite LTG clip is the one of him wearing the beanie, though. He's got a lot of great clips, but I like the beanie one the most. That's a good one. Have you missed any major Alk arcs? I don't think so. I can send it to you. Oh. Well, I mean, yeah, that's obviously classic. That's like the greatest FGC clip of all time. Maybe. It's up there. I don't know. I guess the current arc that we're on is people have been getting very grabby. Or I guess one person in particular has been getting very grabby. I think we're in one of those arcs where people are really enjoying teasing me and getting me flustered. Hey, there's a ninja. There's a ninja dagger. He's got ninja daggers on him. Speaking of the FGC. Air's making fun. I don't know if I've seen that one. I don't know if I know what you're thinking of. We got Solid Snake, we got a ninja. Okay, I was gonna say, is it just the time that Eris was on Excellent Adventures? Because I've definitely seen that, but I don't know if there's anything more than that. I don't know if you're talking about something else. Like, he made fun of him on his own time. He foretold the disaster. He did. I'll have to go back and check that out. Maybe I'll watch that tonight. It's been a while since I checked, since I saw any Excellent Adventures. Yeah, new sides of chatters are being revealed. New sides of stream regulars are being revealed. don't know. I don't think there's really been any major advancements or major, whatchamacallit. Any major events. We've just been keeping on. I've just been grinding away. But I will say, I do think the stream definitely does go through various arcs. Some of them more flustery than others. I think we might be entering a flustery arc. We're definitely going to be entering a very emotional arc near the end of this series. We're definitely going to be entering a very emotional arc, so... Get all of your base tendencies out now. Punished Alkichu. I forgot about Alkichu. I forgot about that one. Oh yeah, picture's engaged now, that's true. Give him a congratulations. I know, people do only know Gutex as the Poggers guy. Well, I guess they don't know him as that anymore. He was erased from existence. They smote him. Gutex was smoten. He was stricken from the record. All during COVID, when we should have been anti-Asian hate, they had the gall to strike down Gutex and erase his legacy. I can't believe it. I don't know. I hope I can make it through my online career without any major scandals. I think I'll be able to do that. I hope that one day I can just gracefully fade into the sunset without too much fanfare. I hope one day, every once in a while, you know, after I'm old and retired and probably living in some hobbit hole somewhere, every once in a while, when you're not expecting it, I'll be able to hit the go live button. I'll pack up a nice little pipe. I'll smoke a bowl. I'll hang out with everybody. See what's good. Catch everybody up. Enjoy the weather. Have a nice little fireside chat. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll pop up every once in a while. When you're not expecting it. But it's gonna be quite a long time before that happens. I'm far too addicted to the attention right now. I got way too much I need to do before I can do that. There's way too much that needs to be done. My elder zoomer. I mean, I'm not a zoomer, but that'll be my grandma arc. I think I have a very... I was gonna use the word grandmatic to describe something that is grandma-like. How do we feel about the term grandmatic? I feel like I'm a very grandmatic person. I'm an old soul, in the sense that I'm racist. That's what, when I say that I'm an old soul, what I mean is that I'm very racist. That's how I phrase it. I'm just an old soul. I was born in the wrong generation. The generation I should have been born in was the 1800s. I think there's just something there. Stop it. Stop it with the squeezing. I'm starting to get sore. I'm starting to get sore from all the squeezing. You gotta relax over there. Pervy grandma? I don't know. I mean, I was about to say, I don't know if I'll still be pervy then, but maybe I'll be entirely shameless. Maybe then I'll finally be used to it. Maybe then I will have no shame anymore. But I don't know. I can't imagine still getting flustered when I'm like 80 or something. Grandmas aren't really the type to get flustered. So I guess it's kind of inevitable, right? What did I just say? Inevitable? I guess it's kind of inevitable, right? I still fucked it up even then. I can't talk. Can you not pick that one up? What do you mean? What just happened? Is this one like... I was about to say, I've never picked up this bunch of roses. Is it like not possible? No, don't do... I think gentle grabs might be even worse. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. When you put it that way, that might be worse. By the time I'm helped... Shut up. Stop trying to get me to age dox myself. I know your plans. I know what you're trying to do here. You're not gonna get me. Why is that? I don't know. It feels more sensual. A gentle grab is more intimate, I feel like. That might be... I don't know. That might be worse. Okay, hold on. I do want to do a different stage. Oh, the game is really slowing down. Whoa. We triggered the end of stage transition as the game was in slowdown mode. That's interesting. You're not going to get it through process of elimination. That's the point? Well... I don't know.
Called off. Called off.
I was gonna say, how is everybody so good at this? How is the chat so good at this? But I think I probably just make it too easy.
Save the pandas. Save the pandas.
I think it's probably less the chat being good at it and more just me being extremely weak.
Your Majesty. Called off. Called off.
Come on. Give me not the snow level this time, even though I really like it. There we go. Huh? Why is like the hip... Okay, that was weird. Why was the hitbox like so much bigger on the Katamari? That was strange. I know, Seamus, you want me to be more resilient, but it's not easy. Please don't describe me as pretty easy. Can we use some maybe some different terminology there? What is this dancing little mouse creature? Oh, it's wearing a scarf. Okay. That's what that is. I thought maybe it was a cape, but it's a scarf. I'm easily not those things. Not those things either. That's not what I meant. I'm pretty... No, stop. Don't say these things about me. It's not true. Web RPG Choose Your Own Adventure Series March of the Mice. I see. I've thought about doing something like that. Doing some sort of Choose Your Own Adventure series with the stream. But that's a lot of work. That's a lot of effort. And I'm very lazy. Town of... Okay, there's some lore that we're getting into here that I'm not privy to. Also, Symphony released a new album. I gotta listen to it. I forgot to do that today. Symphony came out with a new album. I gotta check it out. I think it's the first Symphony full album since the rebrand. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it is. Or no, I think maybe there was an initial one and then this is the second one. I don't remember. I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm just saying maybe you're probably mistaken. Being mistaken and lying are two different things, you know? Lying implies, like, you know, active intent. You can just be wrong about something and not know it. You know? No, not to grab, caress combo. Stop it. See, this is what I'm talking about. I can't, like... I'm trying to be more accepting of people being nice to me, but... I can't just be like, yes, I am very cute. I can't do that. I don't want to reject people's niceties, but... I don't have it in me to accept those kind of compliments. Oh, I don't know if I ever will. Maybe one day, but that day is certainly not today. Come on. Fuck. Oh, I'm worn out. I'm like putty at this point. I can't handle anymore. I can't take any more of this. Have some mercy, please. What was that noise, by the way? Okay, that's what I was looking for. No, stop it. Please, I'm begging you. I need a reprieve. I'm gonna try to get to 200k. That's my goal. I'm running low on energy, but I feel like I got at least 12,000 more roses in me. Which, now that I say that out loud, I begin to question. But I think I do. I think I can do it. Good responsibility, it would come off as kinkier than even you would like. Oh, jeez. Well, I guess it's good you refrained then. Chinatown is just normal town to a guy like me. Thank you, picture. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That's what I needed. an injection. That was like a adrenochrome injection directly into my veins. I de-aged 5 years reading that. Now I can definitely do it. Come on. That's way worse. You're willing to say something like that? Now I think you're trying a little too hard. Yeah, I don't know. Slightly more immature? Yeah, I guess that's true. It is a bit silly. Now I'm curious as to what was too intense for a public forum, but don't answer that question. I have a lot of ideas about it. We need to talk about this picture. If you're around tomorrow, I got a lot of things to say. I've been doing a big think recently. Especially about the controls. I think my idea is, like, I think we need to experiment with the controls a lot, because it's going to be a big part of it. I think we need to come up with a few different control schemes, and then, like, try them all out. And, like, maybe take bits and pieces of what works from each one and, like, cobble something together. Because I have a lot of ideas, but I really have no idea what would be best. So, I think we just gotta, like... Instead of, like, trying to, like, lock into one, I think we just gotta try a bunch of shit out. Because I have a lot of ideas, and they don't all, like, work together. So... we gotta do some experimentation. A tank that controls like a centipede? How does a centipede control? I don't know if I've ever played a game where I control a centipede. But yeah, that is one of the very nice things about Katamari that I really like. Katamari and God Hand both have this in common, which I really appreciate about them. And I guess Resident Evil 4 also has this, but you don't have to worry about the camera. I think any game where you don't have to worry about controlling the camera automatically is like... it automatically just gets like bonus points when it comes to feeling good. Like, it feels like camera controls are kind of just like a necessary evil in a lot of games. But I don't know if there's really any game I can think of where it's like, yeah, my favorite thing about it is controlling the camera. I really like the camera controls. Those are my favorite part. The best thing that you can do with a camera in a game is, like, not notice that it's there. Yeah, it's like real life, exactly. There's some other... There's some other I'm thinking of something else where it's like the best that you can do is not notice that it's there. Or like the if it's good, then that means that you don't notice it. Okay, you redeemed yourself, Minty. I was about to say don't do this to me, but you redeemed yourself with the widow wiki face. You redeemed yourself with the widow wiki face, because I know you're not being serious. I'm not talking about a literal camera in the game. I almost said something to preempt a snarky comment like that, but I was too slow. It controls like... Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yeah, is there any game where you take a selfie in order to save? That would be a really funny way of contextualizing, like, being able to save anywhere. Is you go into the camera and you take a selfie, and that saves the game. That would be a fun way of encouraging people to engage with, like, the photo-taking mechanic. Is, like, that's how you save the game. I guess it wouldn't have to be a selfie. But, yeah. You save the game by taking a photo. That is a good idea. That's such a good idea. I'm surprised I've never seen it before, but... I was about to say that's such a good idea. I'm surprised I've never seen it before. I don't know if I feel that way about video games, to be perfectly honest with you. I think, like, video games are, like, one of the... Like, I feel like they sort of really fall into... They take a lot of things for granted, I guess. Like, saving the game and that kind of stuff. I feel like, video games are very locked into various grooves. Well, the save points in Crow Country are light sources. That's what it is. I think it might be specifically fire, but it might be more generally light source. I think it's specifically fire. Because there's like an oil lamp, there's like a stove, there's like a fireplace. I think it's just fires that you save at, which comes in various forms in that game. If I'm remembering correctly. You do not play as a crow. I played Crow Country. I didn't really like it that much. It was fine, I guess. It was very okay, I guess I'll say. It was a very alright game. First of all, there wasn't even an F tier. I don't remember what I gave it. I gotta go. I guess that's how we can start out the first tier list video. The first not a tier list video. We can go review the old one. Now that we have one to review. Because I don't remember what I gave everything. The mouthwashing girlies are still... I didn't say anything bad about mouthwashing. I like it. The only potentially negative thing that I said about mouthwashing was I don't understand why it's so popular, and I still don't. I have nothing bad to say about it. I just don't... It's just weird to me that that game in particular has got like a huge following. I don't really know why. But there's a lot of things that I feel that way about. I'm trying to think if there's any other games I can think of that have save points that are multiple different things. But I don't know. There's like something on the tip of my... There's something on the edge of my gray matter. There's something on the very edge of my brain, but I don't know what it is. There's like another example in there somewhere. But I cannot specifically think about what it is. Like, I really feel like, yeah, I really feel like there's another one, but I can't name it, so maybe there's not. I don't know. I mean, Kudelka kind of had that. The save points in Kudelka were all kind of just like random, weird rooms that kind of had a vague theme, but they weren't like a specific thing. It was just kind of like a place of power, I guess. However you would define that. We need to get back. I think we're kind of moving towards this, but we need to get back to the era where games are not afraid to inconvenience the player. I feel like it's been the trend in a long time in games to remove as much friction as possible. I think we need to start adding back friction. Because I was thinking, like, we don't really experiment too much with, like, save points and things like that. Or, like, how you save the game, or, like, how that works. But I think that we probably should. Because even if it doesn't work out, I think it's worth experimenting. Yeah, we made seltzers, then we added alcohol. Now we're making non-alcoholic hard seltzers. Yeah. We're too lost in the sauce. I've advanced to gaslit. First of all, I've always been pro gatekeeping. I think being gatekept builds character. I think you should experience at least a small amount of gatekeeping in your life. It's not a contradiction. You find few things more grating than a game that desperately wants to use. I think grating and friction are different, slightly different things. I mean friction in the sense of like resistance in the game, just like not handing everything to you. Because I think that kind of thing can be more immersive and like get you more invested in the experience. And one of the really cool things about video games is that you can get good at them and you can develop skill at an individual game. And like that's what makes them fun, you know? And if a game is completely frictionless, then you can't really develop skill because there's no nuance to understand and there's no like, you know, there's nothing to optimize. There's nothing to really sink your teeth into and like figure out. I feel like games need at least like a tiny bit of friction for them to feel like they for them to feel like they matter, you know, or for them to feel like, for you to get invested. Like, I like adapting to a game and like figuring out what it wants from me and like getting into it, you know? A real text adventure with a Hussian approach to commands. I don't know if I know enough to know what exactly that means. It's my love language? What's my love language? Gatekeeping? Oh, that kind of thing. Yeah, I could see it. I don't know, I almost started getting into some real deep shit, but it's way too late for that. I don't think I have it in me. Learning about a game in order to better serve it? Oh, because like the whole submissive thing? I see. I was gonna say I kind of walked right into that one, but I don't think I did. That was pretty advanced. That was pretty advanced entrapment. I really didn't expect that one. You got me. You got me there. I really didn't think where that was. I really didn't think that's where you were going with that. There's gonna be a problem with point-and-click adventure game at one point. You got one. You got one. I was gonna say, it is a little bit surprising that to my knowledge, like, none of these are like, none of the Homestuck or MS Paint Adventure adjacent things are like actual, like, real point-and-click adventure games. But I think it would be really, really, really difficult to actually make a full point-and-click like that. Like, on the surface, it seems like the obvious move, but then when you really think about it, I think it would be really hard to do that. I barely know anything about High. The only thing I know about High Swap is I feel like people were really disappointed in it. It's not really what people wanted it to be. Is it still ongoing? It sounds like it. Damn. I did not know that. I don't know. I guess that's kind of like my final point about... I sort of already said this, but that's sort of like my ultimate point about friction and tension in games is like... I think one of the most satisfying things in a video game, and one of the things that makes video games unique as a medium, that you can sort of do in other media, but not to the extent that you can do it in a video game, is that you can get good at a video game. You can develop skill at playing a video game, and I think that's extremely satisfying. And it's something that games offer that no other media can really offer in the same way that they do. So not taking advantage of that, I feel like, is often a mistake. Like, you know, if you're trying to make like a visual novel or something like that, or just like, you know, you're trying to make something that's like more simple or easier or whatever, you can still do that successfully, but I think if you're trying to make like a mechanically complex or like a mechanically in-depth game and then sanding away as much friction as possible, I think you're making a mistake. I think you need to sand off friction and then like tactically add it back. You got to pick your battles. That's what... Okay, I was gonna say, I knew there was some controversy about it. I think this might be the last song on the album. I was gonna go until the album was done, but I really want to get 200K. I guess I could just put on more music. It doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. Absolutely nothing matters. You're working on a script called Explode? That does sound fun. Come on. There we go. Don't ask. Is that gonna be my new epithet? I'm the Sonic skeptic now. I think that is it. Am I incorrect? Am I a fake fan? No, I was right. I'm not a fake fan. I'm a real fan. It's a really good epithet. It's not bad. Who's Ath? I'm guessing this is some sort of like Egyptian goddess. No, it's a municipality in Belgium. Damn. Not to be confused with Athis. It's also a place in Belgium. Damn. I was really hoping it would be... I was really hoping it was some sort of ancient Egyptian goddess. That was just the vibe I got. I don't know. That's just what I was thinking. I don't know. What should I put on to close us out? We don't have too much left. I am going to stop at 200k. I do have to stop at some point. You don't watch Homestuck, you read Homestuck. Oh no. Don't do this. Oh no. It can't be that easy. Did you get him just like that? Did Picture get got just like that? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that. It is very entrenched in programming bullshit, it seems like. I can't believe this. Easier than Alk in a pit. What is that supposed to mean? That's just gross. That one's just gross. I don't want to think about that. No, it's disastrous. Come on. Even I got that one. Even I understood that one. Before I even knew anything about Homestuck. But yeah, Homestuck is like a... I don't know, the best analog is like... It's not really a webcomic, but it's like sort of a webcomic. It's a web story that is incredibly popular and or infamous that I finally started reading after being browbeaten by my chat for the entire year. A really good Homestuck voiceover adaptation thing? Okay. I can't vouch for Homestuck yet. I don't know if you'd like it, Picture, but you can give it a shot. Actually, you know what? Don't read it. Actually, don't read it. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Be at least a little bit more skeptical. I don't know if I want both of us to become Homestuck fans. That might tank the company if that happens. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Their channel got taken over? It was a hostile takeover? They got bought out? You prefer Carlos become the Homestucker? I don't know. I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. To me, I mean. Not necessarily to him. Alright, let's see if we can stop at exactly 200,000. Yeah, we reached 20%. We're at 20%. 200K. Wait! He's saying new things. I think. I think he said something different that time. Slightly different. Stop it, you're revealing too much, Picture.
Called off.
You're making me nervous.
Called off.
We can save the guerrilla marketing for when we have literally anything. It's way too soon for that. It's way too soon for any guerrilla marketing. All right, we gotta. I actually kind of really do want to keep going, but I've been streaming for so long, and again, I'm gonna be doing this every day, so I can't be like, I can't be pushing myself too hard. I do really want to keep going right now, but I can't. I was about to say, we talked about this. That was like the whole thing. That was like what made it an event as opposed to just like, you know, regular streams. That's what makes it like a special event. Is that it don't stop. It just keeps going. No, you can rest as much as you want. I've got a finite amount of time that I can rest. You can do as much resting as you please. I, however, cannot. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I guess I should probably put the, I don't think I have it. I should put the donation alerts here too, just in case anybody, just in case it happens at the very end of the stream. It's not likely, but it is possible. It is entirely possible, so I should, like, at least allow for that to happen. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you all had a good time. I did. I'm enjoying this, like I said. I am having a very good time. We'll see if I continue to have a very good time. But as of right now, I'm having a very good time. I don't know if I really have too much else to say. I think I got it all out. I think I got everything out that I wanted to say tonight. And again, if there is something I forgot, I will have plenty of opportunities to say it. If there is something I forgot about, there's plenty of time to get to it. So yeah, I guess, I don't know. Thank you for being here. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more of whatever this is. More things will be happening. And you'll be able to listen to them with your ear holes and watch them with your eyeballs, and we will keep trucking along. We will keep continuing unto the future. But anyway, yeah. That is pretty wacky. Your dad is learning Blender? That is pretty freaking wacky. We gotta bring him on. We gotta get him on the team. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I love all of you. You're all wonderful people. It really does mean the world to me. Honestly, it really does. I'm really, really happy with how things are turning out. Truly. But yeah, it's time for me to... I need to go... Now I do need to go hibernate. I do need to go sleep for 16 hours until it's time for me to stream again. But yeah. Good night. Good night, good luck. And I will see you in the next one. Peace out.